Welcome to Sleep Tale Whispers, my friends. Pull up a worn quilt, the one with the softest patches, and let the weight of it settle over your knees. Fill your favorite mug with something warm, chamomile tea, perhaps, or just hot water with a slice of lemon. And hold it in your palm. Feel the warmth travel up your wrists, slow and steady, like the first gentle notes of a lullaby. This is a place where time softens at the edges, where the sharp corners of the day are buffered by the coming dusk. Here, we don't rush, we wander. We follow the scent of petrichor on the wind and the distant chime of bells. We can't quite place. Tonight, we are going somewhere very old and very quiet. Somewhere the stars hang a little lower, and the stories are woven into the very roots of the trees. So, get comfortable. Let the world outside your window fade to a soft murmur. Close your eyes, if you wish, or keep them open just long enough to see the path as it begins to unfurl before us. A path paved not with cobblestones, but with moonlight and the memory of lavender. This is your story. This is your sleep. Path was not so much a thing of wood and stone as it was an invitation. It began where the wild grasses of the meadow grew too tall to see over. A subtle parting of the green sea, a suggestion of a way forward. Ilara stood at its edge, the last light of the sun warming her back, casting her long shadow ahead of her like a guide. She had been walking for most of the afternoon, following the old, overgrown trail that led away from the main road, away from the noise of the occasional motor car and the chatter of the village. He had needed quiet, a quiet that was more than just an absence of sound, a quiet that was a presence in itself. And now, standing before this new whispered path, she felt she had found its threshold. The air was changing. It was cooler here, carrying the earthy, green scent of damp soil. And something floral, something impossibly sweet and ancient, honeysuckle perhaps, but richer, deeper. It mingled with the clean, sharp scent of pine needles warming in the last of the day's sun. He stepped forward, and the grasses seemed to close behind her with a soft rustling sigh, as if the meadow was swallowing her whole, tucking her away from the world she knew. The path was soft underfoot, padded with generations of fallen pine needles and soft moss. It wound gently between stands of silver birch, their bark peeling in papery scrolls that caught the fading light. Each step felt deliberate, not hurried, as if the path itself was pacing her, encouraging her to slow down, to note it. A squirrel, busy with its evening chores, paused on a low-hanging branch to watch her pass, its tiny chest heaving, its bright eyes unblinking. It chittered once, a soft, questioning sound, and then returned to its work, satisfied she was no threat. A jay, a flash of startling blue, called out from deeper in the woods, its voice a sharp, clear note in the gathering stillness. The light began to filter differently. It was no longer the direct, golden light of sunset, but a diffused, green-gold luminescence that seemed to emanate from the leaves themselves. The air grew heavier with the scent of damp earth and the cool breath of a coming night. The birch gave way to older, grander trees, oaks with trunks so wide they could have stood for 1,000 years, their branches gnarled and draped in soft, gray-green lichen that hung like old lace. Beech trees with smooth, elephant-hide bark stood sentinel, their roots forming natural steps and resting places along the path. Ilara found her shoulders dropping, the tension she hadn't realized she'd been carrying in her neck and back melting away with each slow, measured breath. She could hear her own heartbeat now, a slow, steady drum that seemed to sync with the rhythm of her footsteps. Step down, breathe, well, breathe, blunt. The world of schedules and lists and worries felt impossibly far away, a story someone had once told her about a different person. Ahead, the path forked, One branch continued straight, disappearing into a dense thicket of holly with dark, waxy leaves. The other veered slightly to the left, leading towards a rise where the trees thinned and the sky became visible again. Without thinking, without any conscious decision, she took the left path. It felt right. It felt like the way the light was leaning. As she climbed the gentle rise, the trees parted to reveal a small, round clearing, and in the center of the clearing was a cottage. It was not a grand cottage, nor was it new. It was made of the same honey-colored stone that seemed to grow from the earth itself, its walls thick and uneven, softened by a blanket of climbing roses. Not the formal, manicured roses of a garden, but a wild, rambling variety, with small, delicate blossoms, the color of clotted cream, and the softest blush pink. Their scent was the source of the sweetness on the air, a perfume so potent and lovely, it was all tangible, wrapping around Dilara like a welcome. The cottage had a roof of old mossy stone tiles, some of them sprouting tiny cushions of emerald green. A single chimney, made of the same stone, rose from one end, and from it, a thin, impossibly graceful ribbon of smoke rose straight up into the still air, as if painted there. Two small windows, with many small panes of glass that glinted warmly in the last light, flanked a sturdy wooden door. The door was painted a faded, beautiful blue, the color of robin's egg, or a distant memory of the sea. In front of the cottage, a small garden burst with life. It was not a neat, ordered garden, but a joyful, chaotic tumble of herbs and flowers. Lavender grew in great silvery hummocks, their purple spikes buzzing with the last sleepy bees of the day. Rosemary formed substantial bushes, their woody scent sharp and clean. Zaga, with its soft, gray-green leaves, sprawled next to clumps of chives with their perfect spherical purple flowers. Interspersed among them were poppies, their papery petals of scarlet and orange just beginning to close for the night. And love in a mist, with its delicate ferny foliage and strange seed-headed pod. A small wrought iron bench was nestled under one of the front windows, its surface softened by a faded cushion of red and white stripe. Beside it, a tiny weathered table held a single, empty terracotta pot, as if waiting for something to be planted. A stone path, made of the same flagstones as the one she'd been walking, led from the edge of the clearing to the blue door. Ilara stood at the edge of the clearing, hesitant. It felt like she had stumbled into a painting or a dream. The cottage was so perfectly placed, so utterly at peace with its surroundings, that it seemed less like a building and more like a natural formation, a part of the landscape that had simply decided to arrange itself into walls and a roof. She didn't feel like an intruder, but she felt like a visitor, someone who had been granted a rare and precious privilege just by being allowed to see it. As she stood there, the door opened. An old woman stepped out. She was small and slight, with hair the color of spun silver, pulled back loosely from her face. Her skin was crisscrossed with a fine network of wrinkles, like a well-loved map. And her eyes, a clear and startling shade of cornflower blue, held a light that seemed much younger than her years. She wore a simple dress of soft, faded gray wool, and over it, a long apron of rough linen, streaked with smudges of dark earth and a few stray petals of lavender. In her hands, she carried a small wooden bowl. He saw Ilara immediately, and her face broke into a smile of such pure, welcoming warmth that Ilara felt a knot of shyness loosen in her chest. The woman didn't look surprised to see her. She looked, in fact, as if she had been expecting her. "Well now," the woman said, her voice soft and a little crackly, like dry leaves rustling together. "You found your way. I was beginning to wonder if you'd come before the first star." She gestured with the bowl towards the bench. "Come and sit. You must be tired from your walk. I've just picked the last of the strawberries. They're tiny this year, but sweet as honey. Tastes like the last kiss of summer." Ilara found herself walking forward, drawn by the woman's voice and the impossible rightness of being there. "I'm sorry," she said, her own voice sounding a little rough after the long silence of her walk. I was just following the path. I didn't mean to trespass. The woman let out a soft, chuckling sound. Trespass? Child, there's no such thing here. The path doesn't bring just anyone to my door. It knows. He set the bowl of tiny, jewel-like strawberries on the little table and patted the cushion on the bench. Sit, sit. I'm Iris. And you are? Ilara. Ilara, Iris repeated, the name sounding like a small, perfect thing in her mouth. A name for a moon of Jupiter, I believe. One of the smaller ones. Fitting. You have that kind of quiet light about you. Ilara sat, feeling the soft give of the worn cushion beneath her. Iris settled beside her, her movements slow and graceful, and offered the bowl. Ilara took a single tiny strawberry. It was indeed warm from the sun, and the moment she bit into it, a burst of intense honeyed sweetness flooded her senses. It was unlike any strawberry she had ever tasted. Tasted of sunshine and warm soil, and the particular peace of this hidden place. Good, isn't it? Iris said, taking one for herself, and closing her eyes as she savored it. They're a fussy crop. They don't like noise, you know. Loud voices, angry thoughts. Stunts their growth. These ones, they only have the bird song and the wind and the beaches to listen to, so they grow just fine. They sat in companionable silence for a while, eating the tiny strawberries as the light continued to fade. The sky above the clearing deepened from pale gold to a soft, dusky lavender. The first stars were beginning to appear, faint pricks of light in the east. The air grew cooler, and the scent of the roses intensified, as if they were breathing out their perfume more deeply now that the sun had gone. "Will you stay the night?" Iris asked, not looking at Ilara, but gazing up at the emerging stars. The room at the top of the stairs is always ready. It has the best view of the sky. Ilara should have said no. She should have thought about getting back before full dark, about the path she would have to retrace, about the world waiting for her beyond the meadow. But the thought of leaving this place, of breaking the spell of peace that had settled over her, was unbearable. "If it's not too much trouble," she said quietly. Iris turned to her and smiled, and in that smile was the warmth of 1,000 hearth fires. "Trouble? My dear, a guest is never trouble. A guest is a story waiting to be told, a new thread in the old tapestry. Come, let's go inside before the night dew settles." She rose, taking the empty bowl, and led the way to the blue door. She lifted the latch, a simple, curved piece of iron, and pushed it open. A warm, golden light spilled out, carrying with it a complex and wonderful aroma. Wood smoke, of course, but also dried herbs, something baking, and the faint, clean scent of beeswax. Ilara stepped over the threshold and into a dream. The main room of the cottage was low-ceilinged and snug. The walls were made of the same honey-colored stone as the exterior, but here they were partly plastered and whitewashed, giving a soft, uneven texture. A great fireplace dominated one wall, its stone mantle thick and blackened with age. In it, a fire crackled merrily, not a huge, roaring blaze, but a gentle, welcoming one, with flames that danced and licked at a large, black kettle suspended from a hook. The firelight was the primary source of illumination, casting long, dancing shadows that were friendly rather than frightening, and filling the room with a shifting, golden glow. In front of the fire sat a large, sagging armchair, upholstered in a faded fabric of deep crimson, its arms worn smooth by countless hands. A small round table beside it held a fat, cream-colored candle in a simple holder, a pair of reading glasses, and a book face down, as if someone had just put it down. A huge braided rug, woven in soft shades of blue, green, and grey, covered much of the stone floor. It was so thick and soft it seemed to muffle all sound. The rest of the room was filled with a wonderful, organized clutter. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with books of every size and color, their spines a patchwork of leather and cloth and faded titles. Jars of all shapes and sizes stood on the window sills, and on a large, scarred wooden table in the center of the room. They were filled with mysterious things: dried flowers and seeds, twists of bark, pale liquids, and dark powders. Bunches of dried herbs hung from the low ceiling beams: lavender, thyme, rosemary, sage, and others Alara didn't recognize, filling the air with their gentle, aromatic breath. In one corner, a spinning wheel stood silent. A hank of undyed wool draped over its distaff like a soft, grey cloud. It was a home. Well, not a house, but a home, in the truest sense of the word. Every object seemed to have a purpose, a history, a place. It felt lived in, loved, and deeply, profoundly peaceful. "This way," Iris said, her voice soft in the quiet room. She led Alara to a narrow staircase in the corner. The wooden steps wore onto a gentle curve in the center. They creaked softly under their feet, but it was a friendly creak, a sound of settled age. The room at the top of the stairs was small and perfect. A low bed, covered with a thick patchwork quilt in shades of lavender and cream, was tucked under the eaves. A small dormer window looked out over the darkening garden, and up at the star-scattered sky. A simple wooden chair stood beside a small washstand, which held a china bowl and pitcher painted with faded cornflowers. A single candle, set in a holder on the window ledge, flickered to life as Iris touched it with a taper she had brought from below. "The privy is out the back," Iris said, "but for tonight there's a chamber pot under the bed. The old ways are the simplest sometimes." He smoothed the quilt with a gentle hand. "Sleep as long as you like in the morning. The world will wait." He turned to leave, then paused at the door. "Alara," she said softly, "welcome home." And then she was gone, her soft footsteps creaking back down the stairs, leaving Alara alone in the little room. She stood for a long time at the window, watching the stars wheel slowly overhead, feeling the deep, enveloping silence of the cottage, and then the words settle around her like the quilt on the bed. For the first time in a very long time, she felt no urge to check her phone, to make a list, to plan the next day. There was only this moment, this peace. She washed her face in the cool water from the pitcher, the simple act feeling like a ritual. She changed into the soft, worn cotton nightgown she found folded at the foot of the bed. It smelled faintly of lavender and sunshine, and climbed under the heavy quilt. It was soft and cool against her skin, and the scent of dried herbs and clean linen surrounded her. He blew out the candle and lay in the darkness, watching the square of starry sky in the window. The last thing she heard before sleep claimed her was the distant, soothing call of an owl, a soft hoo-hoo. It seemed to come from the very heart of the wood. Alara woke to a world made of light and birdsong. Up, sunlight, pale and golden, streamed through the little window, falling in a warm rectangle on the worn wooden floor. From outside came a symphony of bird calls, the cheerful, repetitive song of a robin, the liquid melody of a blackbird, the fussy chattering of sparrows. For a moment, she didn't know where she was. Then the scent of the herbs, the feel of the patchwork quilt, the memory of the blue door, and the old woman with the cornflower eyes came flooding back, and she smiled. She lay still for a long time, simply listening. There was no urgency, no alarm clock, no list of things to do. There was only the slow, golden arrival of morning. Eventually, the smell of something wonderful drifting up from below. Bacon, fresh bread, coaxed her out of bed. She washed, dressed in yesterday's clothes, which felt less like city clothes now, and more like simple, comfortable things, and made her way down the creaking stairs. Iris was in the kitchen, which was just the main room, the fire now banked and glowing with heat for cooking. She stood at the big table, her back to Alara, humming a soft, tuneless melody as she kneaded a mound of pale dough. A cast-iron pan sat on a trivet near the fire, sending out the irresistible scent of sizzling bacon. Kettle steamed gently on a hook over the flames. "Good morning, sleepyhead," Iris said without turning around. "There's tea in the pot, and I've just taken some honey from the hives. Help yourself." Alara poured herself a cup of tea from a brown teapot wearing a knitted cozy. It was strong and slightly smoky, and when she added a dollop of honey from a pottery jar, it became something transcendent. She sat at the big table, watching Iris work. The old woman's hands, though gnarled with age, were sure and quick as they folded and turned the dough. "You slept well," Iris said. "It wasn't a question. Better than I have in years," Alara admitted. "The cottage does that. It reminds you how." Iris shaped the dough into a round, placed it in a floured basket, and covered it with a clean cloth. "That'll rise while we eat. Now, come and get some of this bacon before it turns to cinders." They ate at the big table. Crisp bacon, thick slices of yesterday's bread toasted on the fire and spread with sweet butter, and more of the tiny strawberries, which Iris had transformed into a simple, chunky jam. They talked, or rather, Alara listened while Iris talked. She told stories of the woods, of the family of foxes that lived in the old badger set, of the heron that fished in the stream at dawn, of the year that blackberries had been so plentiful they'd stained her hands purple for a month. He spoke of the cottage's history, how it had been in her family for generations, how her great-grandmother had planted the first of the roses, how her own mother had taught her the names of all the herbs and their uses. "The world out there," Iris said, gesturing vaguely towards the window. It forgets the names of things, the rhythms. It forgets that slow is often better than fast, that quiet is not empty, that being alone is not the same as being lonely. Here we remember." After breakfast, Iris asked if Alara would like to help in the garden. "The lavender needs cutting back," she said. "It'll grow back bushier next year, and we can take the flowers inside to dry. There's nothing like the scent of lavender in the winter to remind you that summer is real." So Alara spent the morning outside, kneeling on the soft, cool earth, her hands soon fragrant with the sharp, clean scent of lavender. Iris showed her how to cut the long stems, just above the woody part, and bundle them together with garden twine. The sun grew warmer as the morning progressed, but it was a gentle warmth, filtered by the trees. Bees droned lazily around them, drunk on the last of the season's nectar. A butterfly, a magnificent red admiral, landed on Alara's hand and sat there for a long moment, its wings slowly opening and closing as if examining her. It felt like a blessing. They worked in comfortable silence, punctuated by Iris's occasional comments about the garden. "The rosemary is happy this year. Look at it, thinking it's a tree. And the sage, bless it, it's trying to take over the world. I have to keep cutting it back, telling it to mind its manners." By the time the sun was high overhead, they had a great pile of lavender bundles. They carried them inside and hung them from the beams in the main room, adding their perfume to the already fragrant air. The room was beginning to look like a purple and green forest. That afternoon, Iris taught Alara how to make a simple salve. They sat at the big table, and Iris showed her how to gently heat beeswax and almond oil in a small pan, then add a handful of dried calendula petals. "For the skin," Iris explained. "Cuts, scrapes, dryness, the flowers give it their goodness. It's a way of saving the summer's medicine for the winter's need." As the salve cooled in small glass jars, they drank more tea and ate slices of the fresh bread Iris had baked, still warm from a small brick oven built into the side of the fireplace. It was the best bread Alara had ever tasted, with a chewy crust and a soft, airy interior. perfect for slathering with butter and jam. The days began to flow into one another, each one a gentle variation on the last. Ilara stopped counting them. And there was no need. Time at the cottage was not a line, but a circle, marked by the rising and setting of the sun, the phases of the moon, the tasks in the garden, and the stories Iris told as they sat by the fire in the evening. One afternoon, Iris took Ilara deeper into the woods. They followed a different path, one that led away from the cottage and down towards the sound of running water. The trees here were even older, their roots forming intricate patterns across the path. The air was cool and damp, smelling of moss and mushrooms. After a while, they came to a stream, clear and shallow, gurgling over a bed of smooth, grey stones. Iris showed her where to find the watercress, growing in thick green clumps at the edge of the water. They picked a bagful, the peppery scent stinging their nostrils. Further along the stream, they found a small, natural pool, shaded by a weeping willow whose branches trailed in the water. The water was so clear, they could see tiny fish darting over the pebbles at the bottom. Dragonflies, their bodies a brilliant, metallic blue, hovered and darted over the surface. It was a place of such perfect, secret beauty that Ilara felt her breath catch in her throat. "My mother called this the thinking pool," Iris said softly, sitting on a large, flat rock at the water's edge. "She said if you had a problem you couldn't solve, you should come here and sit and watch the water and listen. The answer would come, not in words, but in a feeling, a knowing." They sat there for a long time, not talking. Ilara watched the water flow endlessly over the stones, watched the light shift and dapple on the surface, listened to the gentle, constant sound of it, and she did feel something, a deep, quiet sense of rightness, a feeling that she was exactly where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what she was supposed to be doing, nothing more, nothing less. One evening, as they sat by the fire, Iris told Ilara about the stars. They went outside, wrapped in thick shawls against the chill, and lay on their backs on the cool grass of the clearing. The sky above them was a breathtaking tapestry of light. So many stars it seemed to be made more of silver than of black. Iris pointed out the familiar ones, the Plough, the North Star, Cassiopeia's Woe, and then the less familiar one. She told her the old names, the farmers' names, the names the shepherds had given them thousands of years ago. She told her stories about them. The great bear, the hunter, the 7 sisters fleeing from his attention across the sky. "A star story," Iris murmured, her voice a low rumble in the darkness, "is the oldest kind of story. We've been telling them since we first looked up and wondered. They connect us to everyone who ever looked up and wondered before us." Ilara felt a profound sense of connection, not just to Iris and to this place, but to all of human history, to all the people who had ever lain under a night sky and felt its vast, peaceful mystery. She felt very small, but not in a scary way, in a comforting way, part of something immense and beautiful. One morning, Ilara woke to a different quality of light. It was drier, softer. She looked out the window and saw that the sky was a uniform, dove gray, and a fine misty rain was falling, so light it was barely more than a dampness in the air. The garden looked subdued, each leaf and petal holding tiny, perfect beads of water. The world had gone quiet, muffled by the gentle rain. She went downstairs to find Iris already up, sitting in the big armchair by the fire, a cup of tea in her hands, watching the rain through the window. "A thinking day," Iris said with a smile, "a day for being indoors." They spent the day in a state of perfect, lazy contentment. They read books from the overflowing shelves, old, leather-bound volumes with cracked spines and stories of faraway lands, and bygone times. Iris showed Ilara how to mend a tear in her favorite shawl, with tiny, almost invisible stitches. In the afternoon, Iris taught her a simple card game, using a worn deck with faded pictures, and they played for hours, The only sounds the crackle of the fire and the soft patter of rain on the roof and against the window panes. Elara learned that Iris almost always won, not through any cunning, but through a kind of patient luck that came from a life lived without hurry. That evening, Iris made a thick, hearty soup from vegetables from the garden, and they ate it with more of her wonderful bread. After dinner, she brought out a small wooden box. Inside, on a bed of faded velvet, lay a collection of tiny, beautiful things. A fossilized shell, a smooth, striped agate, a single, perfect robin's eggshell of the purest blue, a silver thimble, worn almost paper thin, and a tiny... "My treasures," Iris said, handling each one with reverence. "Not worth anything to anyone else, but priceless to me. Each one holds a memory." "This stone," she said, picking up the agate, "I found in the stream when I was a girl, on the day my father taught me to swim. This eggshell fell from a nest above the door one spring, and a tiny bird hatched from it and flew away. It reminds me that new life is always possible." She closed the box and looked at Elara. "You'll have your own treasures one day. Not things you buy, but things you find. Things that find you. They'll be the anchors for your own memories of peace." The days continued to unfold, each one a quiet gift. Elara learned to identify the birds by their song. She learned which mushrooms were safe to eat and which were best left alone. She learned to tell the time by the position of the sun and to predict the weather by the color of the sky at dawn and dusk. She learned the feel of good, rich soil in her hands, the satisfaction of pulling a weed from the earth, the simple joy of watching something she had planted grow. One afternoon, while Iris was taking her nap, Elara wandered into the woods by herself. She followed a path she hadn't been on before, one that led uphill. The climb was gentle, and the trees eventually gave way to a rocky outcrop that offered a view she hadn't expected. Below her, she could see the tops of the trees, a rolling green carpet that stretched to a distant line of blue hills. And there, tucked in a fold of the forest, she could just make out the roof of Iris's cottage, a tiny patch of mossy stone with its single ribbon of smoke. From up here, it looked even more like a part of the landscape, a natural feature, a secret held in the palm of the wood's hand. As she stood there, a breeze picked up, rustling the leaves below and carrying with it a faint, sweet scent from the garden. All the way up here, she felt a lump form in her throat. It was a feeling she couldn't quite name. Gratitude, certainly, but also a deep, aching sense of belonging, of having found a place her soul had been searching for without her even knowing it. He returned to the cottage to find Iris awake and sitting on the bench, shelling peas into a large bowl. Her hands moved with practiced ease, the green pods splitting open with a soft pop to release the tiny, sweet peas. "You found the lookout," Iris said, not looking up. "Yes," Elara said, sitting beside her on the bench. "It's a good place for seeing the shape of things," Iris said. "From down here, the woods are a jumble. From up there, you can see the pattern. It's the same with life. Sometimes you need a higher view." They shelled peas in companionable silence, the small green beads piling up in the bowl. It was a simple, meditative task, and Elara found her mind drifting, thinking about the view from the lookout, thinking about the shape of her own life, which had felt so jumbled and directionless just a short time ago. Now, sitting here, in the warm afternoon sun, with the scent of roses and the sound of bees, it didn't feel jumbled anymore. It felt simple. Like this. That night, as they sat by the fire, Iris said, "You'll be leaving soon." It wasn't a question. Elara felt a pang in her chest, a sharp ache of loss. She had known, of course, that she couldn't stay forever. The world outside the meadow with all its noise and demands, was still there. But she had pushed the thought away, burying it in the gentle rhythm of the days. "How did you know?" Ilara asked quietly. Iris smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Because I can feel the change in you. You're ready. The rest you've taken here is not meant to keep you here forever. It's meant to fortify you for the journey back. You'll carry this place with you now, in the way you breathe, in the way you see the sky, in the patience you'll find for the small things." She reached out and took Ilara's hand. Her skin was warm and papery thin, but her grip was strong. "This cottage, these woods, they're not just a place on a map. They're a place in your heart now. And you can come back here anytime you need to. Just close your eyes and remember the scent of the roses after rain, the sound of the stream, the weight of the patchwork quilt. That's the real magic. The remembering." Ilara felt tears prick her eyes. She blinked them back. "I don't want to forget," she whispered. "You won't," Iris said firmly. "You can't. This kind of peace changes you at the bone." The next morning, Ilara packed her small bag. The clothes she had arrived in felt different now. Just fabric. Nothing more. Iris packed her a small parcel of food for the journey. A hunk of the good bread, a chunk of cheese, a small jar of the strawberry jam, and a bundle of dried lavender tied with a piece of garden twine. "For your dreams," Iris said, handing it to her, "to help you remember." They stood at the blue door in the cool, clear light of early morning. The garden sparkled with dew. The roses seemed to nod their heads in farewell. Iris embraced her, a hug that was soft and strong, and full of a lifetime's worth of quiet love. "Go well, Ilara," she whispered into her hair, "and come back whenever the path calls you. The door is always open." Ilara walked away from the cottage, down the path, through the wild garden, and into the wood. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. She could feel it there, behind her. A warm, steady presence in her heart. The path seemed shorter this time, the journey quicker. Before she knew it, she was at the edge of the woods, stepping out of the green shadow and into the tall grass of the meadow. The sun was up now, warming her face. She could hear, in the distance, the faint sound of a car on the main road. The other world was waiting. But as she walked through the meadow, she found she was walking slowly. There was no hurry. She noticed the way the grass moved in the wind, the pattern of the clouds in the sky, the intricate beauty of a single purple thistle flower. She stopped to watch a bumblebee, heavy with pollen, navigate its way into the heart of a harebell. She breathed in the fresh, clean air and smiled. Back in her own small apartment in the town, everything was the same, yet everything was different. The walls seemed too close, the noise of the street too loud, but she didn't feel trapped by it. She felt amused by it. She unpacked her bag and placed the bundle of dried lavender on her bedside table. Its scent, when she caught it, instantly transported her back to the cottage, to Iris's garden, to the peace of the thinking pool. She didn't try to replicate her life at the cottage. She couldn't, but she brought pieces of it back with her. He started buying bread from the small bakery instead of the supermarket, savoring its texture and taste. He found a little pot for her windowsill and planted some rosemary, just so she could run her fingers through its fragrant leaves. She started going for slow walks in the local park, not to get anywhere, but just to be there, to watch the ducks on the pond and the way the light fell through the trees. In the evenings, she would turn off her phone, light a candle, and read a book, letting the quiet settle around her like a familiar blanket. The noise of the world hadn't gone away, but she had found a quiet place inside herself where it couldn't reach. It was a place built of memory, of lavender and wood smoke, of starlight and Iris's gentle voice. It was a place she could visit anytime she needed to, just by closing her eyes and breathing deep. And sometimes, in her dreams, she would find herself back on the path, walking through the green gold light towards the cottage with the blue door. She would see Iris in the garden, or sitting by the fire, and the old woman would look up and smile, and Ilara would know, with a deep and certain peace, that she was always, always welcome. The path would always be there, waiting for her to find it again, and the story, her story, would continue, one quiet, gentle page at a time, forever held in the whisper of the trees and the scent of the evening air. The first snow of the year came to the town like a whispered secret, arriving not in a furious blizzard, but in a slow, deliberate descent of single, perfect flakes that seemed to hang in the air before committing to the ground. Ilara watched them from her window, a mug of tea warming her hands, the bundle of dried lavender on her bedside table, releasing its faint, familiar scent into the warm air of her apartment. It had been 3 months since she had returned from the cottage. 3 months of integrating the quiet rhythm she had learned into the louder cadence of her everyday life, and in that time, something had shifted within her, something she was only just beginning to understand. The lavender on her bedside table had long since lost its vibrant purple, fading to a soft, silvery gray, but its scent, though fainter, still held the power to transport her. On difficult days when the noise of the world pressed too close, she would hold the bundle to her nose and close her eyes, and she would be back there, kneeling in the warm soil, listening to Iris's gentle voice explaining the difference between calendula and pot marigold. The memory was not a faded photograph, but a living thing, a place she could step into and inhabit, if only for a moment. The snow continued to fall, blanketing the rooftops and the parked cars, transforming the familiar gray street into something softer, more forgiving. It reminded her of something Iris had said about winter, about it being a time for sleeping, for resting, for the earth to gather its strength for the spring. Winter isn't an ending, Iris had said, as they sat by the fire one cold evening. It's a deep breath before the next verse of the song. Ilara had taken that to heart. She had allowed herself to slow down, to say no to things that felt draining, to protect her evenings for quiet and reading and the simple act of being still. Her friends had noticed a change in her, though they couldn't quite name it. "You seem so calm lately," they would say, "so present." "Well, Charlie," and Ilara would just smile, not knowing how to explain that she had spent time in a place where calm was not something you achieved, but something you breathed, like air. That night, as she lay in bed, the snow falling outside her window, muffling the sounds of the city to a soft, distant hum, she dreamed of the path. It was not a memory this time, but a continuation. She was standing at the edge of the meadow, the tall grasses silvered with frost, the sky a pale, wintry blue. The path before her was not the soft, earthen track of autumn, but a crisp, frozen ribbon. The grass blades along its edges stiff with ice crystals that caught the low light and scattered it into tiny rainbows. She walked, and her footsteps crunched in the cold, the sound sharp and satisfying in the still air. The birch trees stood bare now, their white bark stark against the grey sky, their branches etched like delicate penitent drawing. The oaks, though, still held onto their brown, rustling leaves, a reminder that some things cling on, even in the deepest cold. The scent of the air was different, clean, sharp, with a metallic tang of frost, and the faint, sweet smoke of wood fires burning in places she couldn't see. The cottage, when she reached it, was transformed. The rambling roses, now leafless, formed a dark, intricate tracery against the honey-colored stone. The garden beds were tucked in under a thick blanket of snow, the herbs sleeping peacefully beneath their white cover. Smoke rose from the chimney in a thick white column, promising warmth within. The blue door, so vivid in her memory, looked somehow deeper, richer against the monochrome landscape. She lifted the latch and stepped inside. The warmth of the fire hit her immediately, a physical embrace after the cold of the walk. The room was just as she remembered, yet subtly different. The dried herbs hanging from the beams were mostly the brown, sleeping stems of rosemary and thyme, their scent more subdued. Bunches of dried chilies, a deep, vibrant red, hung alongside them, adding a splash of color. On the big table, a large brown paper parcel sat, tied with rough twine, and there, in the big armchair by the fire, was Iris. She was wrapped in a thick knitted shawl, the color of a stormy sky, a book open on her lap, but she wasn't reading. Her eyes were closed, her silver head tilted back against the worn fabric of the chair, a small, peaceful smile on her face. For a terrible moment, Elara's heart clenched, but then she saw the slow, steady rise and fall of Iris's chest beneath the shawl, and the fear dissolved into a wave of tender relief. She was sleeping, just sleeping. Elara stood in the doorway, not wanting to disturb her. She took off her boots, placing them quietly on the stone floor by the door, and crept further into the room. The fire crackled and popped, the only sound in the deep quiet. She sat on the rug before the hearth, wrapping her arms around her knees, and simply watched the flames dance. The warmth seeped into her, chasing away the last of the winter chill. After a long while, she heard a soft stirring behind her. "Well, now," came the familiar, crackly voice, thick with sleep. "Look who the snow has brought in." Elara turned to see Iris blinking, her cornflower eyes focusing with a smile of pure, uncomplicated joy. "Iris," Elara said softly, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you." "Nonsense," Iris said, sitting forward and patting the arm of her chair. "A nap by the fire is a gift, but a visitor is a blessing. Come here, child. Let me look at you." Elara rose and went to her, and Iris took her hands, her grip as warm and strong as ever. She looked into Elara's eyes for a long moment, searching. "Ah," she said finally, nodding with satisfaction. "I see it. The peace has taken root. I knew it would. You've been watering it, tending it. Good." "I've tried," Elara said, and she felt tears prick her eyes. But they were good tears, warm and easy. "I think about this place every day, as it should be," Iris said. "A place this special doesn't let go of you easily, nor you of it." She released Elara's hands and gestured towards the table. "And look, you've arrived on a momentous day. The winter provisions have come." She rose, a little stiffly, and made her way to the big table, her movements slower than Elara remembered, more careful. Elara followed, watching as Iris's gnarled fingers worked at the twine on the brown paper parcel. The paper fell away to reveal a treasure trove of winter goods. A wheel of cheese, pale yellow and dusted with ash. A string of fat, dried sausages. A jar of something dark and glistening, pickled walnuts, perhaps. A small sack of flour, and most wonderfully a large glass jar filled with a deep amber liquid. "Mead," Iris said, holding up the jar so the firelight caught it, turning it to liquid gold. "From old Tom down in the valley. He keeps bees, does Tom. Best mead in 3 counties. We'll have a glass tonight to celebrate the first snow and the return of a friend." That evening was a perfect echo of the ones Elara remembered, yet infused with the special quality of winter. The fire seemed to burn brighter, the shadows it cast longer and more dramatic. Iris made a simple stew, thick with root vegetables she had stored in the cellar. Carrots, parsnips, potatoes, and suede, and flavored with herbs from her dried stores. The scent of it filled the cottage with a deep, savory warmth. After they had eaten, Iris poured 2 small glasses of the mead. It was sweet and complex, with hints of honey and wildflowers, and something else, something ancient and slightly spicy that lingered on the tongue. They sat by the fire, sipping slowly, and Iris told stories of winter's past. She told of the year the snow had been so deep it had reached the windowsills, and she had had to dig a tunnel just to get to the woodpile. She told of the family of foxes that had taken shelter under the cottage one particularly bitter February, and how she had left out scraps for them each evening until they had become as tame as house cats. She told of the northern lights she had seen once from the lookout on the hill, a great shimmering curtain of green and purple that had danced across the sky for hours, filling the silent, frozen world with impossible color. Ilara listened, wrapped in her shawl, the warmth of the fire on her face and the warmth of the meat in her belly, and felt a profound sense of homecoming. This place, this woman, these stories. They were as much a part of her now as her own memories. That night, she slept in the little room under the eaves. The window was frosted over, obscuring the view, but she could feel the cold pressing against the glass, making the warmth of the patchwork quilt even more delicious. She slept deeply, dreamlessly, a sleep of perfect contentment. The next morning dawned bright and blinding. The snow had stopped during the night, and the sun had risen into a cloudless sky of pale winter blue. The light reflecting off the snow was so intense, it hurt to look at directly. Ilara wrapped up in every layer she had and went outside. The garden was a sculpted wonderland. Every plant and stone softened and reshaped by the snow. The bird feeders Iris had hung were busy with activity. Tits, finches, and a bold robin, all fluffing their feathers against the cold, and squabbling over the seed. Iris joined her, wrapped in her storm-gray shawl, a woolly hat pulled down over her silver hair. "A good day for a walk," she said, "before the thaw sets in and turns everything to slush." They walked the familiar path to the stream. But it was a different world now. The stream itself still ran, dark and swift, between banks of pure white snow. The thinking pool was frozen over, a smooth, dark sheet of ice, reflecting the bare branches of the weeping willow. They stood at its edge, their breath misting in the cold air, and watched a single fallen leaf, frozen into the surface of the ice, a tiny amber jewel trapped in time. "The pool is thinking its winter thoughts," Iris said softly. "Deep and still, it's remembering the summer, planning for the spring." They walked on, following the stream further than Ilara had ever been. The path was harder to follow now, the snow hiding the familiar landmarks, but Iris moved with the confidence of a lifetime, her small feet finding the way. They came to a part of the forest Ilara had never seen, where the trees grew even closer together, their branches interlocking overhead to form a dark, cathedral-like tunnel. Here, the snow was less deep, filtered by the dense canopy, and the air was still and cold and utterly silent. "These are the old woods," Iris whispered, her voice barely disturbing the hush. "Older than the cottage, older than my family. There are trees here that were saplings when the Romans walked this land." Ilara looked up at the enormous trunks, the gnarled, ancient bark, the vast, reaching branches. She felt again that sense of being very small, but in the best possible way, part of something vast and enduring, a temporary visitor in a place of permanence. In the heart of these old woods, they found a clearing, and in the center of the clearing stood a single, massive oak. So old its trunk was wider than the cottage itself. Its branches, thick as lesser trees, spread out in a great protective canopy, now bare of leaf. At its base, the roots formed a natural hollow, a cave-like space just large enough for a person to curl up in. It was lined with a thick layer of dry brown leaves, a cozy, sheltered nest. "This is the grandfather oak," Iris said, resting her hand on the rough bark. "They say if you sit in his roots and listen, you can hear the heartbeat of the forest." Ilara didn't sit. It felt too sacred a place for casual occupation. But she stood close, placing her own hand on the cold ridge bark, and she closed her eyes. She listened. At first, there was only the silence, deep and profound, but then, gradually, she began to hear things. The faint creak of a branch shifting under its weight of snow, The devil, the distant, scratchy call of a jay, the almost imperceptible rustle of something small moving in the undergrowth, and beneath it all, a deep, rhythmic pulsing, like a slow, giant heart. Was it real, or was it just the blood beating in her own ears, amplified by the silence and her own willingness to believe? It didn't matter. It felt real. It felt like the truth. They walked back to the cottage in the gathering dusk, the low sun painting the snow in shades of pink and lavender. The warmth of the fire when they returned was a blessing. That evening, Iris taught Elara how to make candles from beeswax. They melted the golden blocks in a small pot suspended over the fire, and then, using a simple technique of repeatedly dipping lengths of cotton wick into the warm wax, they built up layer upon layer upon layer until they had a set of beautiful, fragrant, honey-colored tapers. The repetitive motion was deeply meditative. The warm wax, a comfort on their cool hands. The days that followed were a continuation of this peaceful rhythm. They tended to the fire, cooked simple meals, read by candlelight, and took short walks in the winter landscape. Elara learned to identify animal tracks in the snow. The neat, precise prints of a deer, the loping trail of a fox, the frantic, zigzagging pattern of a rabbit fleeing some unseen predator. She learned to listen to the different qualities of silence, the deep, muffled silence of a heavy snowfall, the crisp, brittle silence of a hard frost, the whispering silence of a wind in the bare trees. One afternoon, as they sat by the fire, Iris brought out a large, leather-bound book. Its covers were worn and soft, its pages yellowed and thin. "This," she said, placing it gently on the table between them, "is the Cottage book. My grandmother started it, my mother continued it, and now I add to it. It's the story of this place, and of the people who have lived here and passed through." He opened it. The pages were filled with handwriting, some elegant and flowing, some cramped and spidery, some in faded ink, some in fresh dark script. There were pressed flowers and leaves between the pages, fragile skeletons of color. There were little sketches, a bird, a flower, a view of the cottage from the hill. And there were recipes, remedies, observations about the weather, records of when the first snowdrops appeared, and when the last blackberries were picked. "This is for you," Iris said, looking up at Elara. "To add to? To continue." Elara stared at her, speechless. "But I am not. You are now," Iris said simply. "The path brought you here, and it will bring you back. This is your story too. Now, write in it. Draw in it. Press flowers in it. Leave your mark. That's what we do. We leave marks for those who come after." Elara took the book, her hands trembling slightly. It felt impossibly precious, a physical embodiment of generations of quiet, attentive life. He turned the pages slowly, reading snippets here and there. "A hard frost last night. The bird bath is a solid block of ice. Put out extra seed for the robin. Found the first violet of the year today, hidden under a holly bush. Such a brave little thing. Made 3 batches of blackberry jam, enough for the winter and some to share. A young woman came today, lost and tired. She stayed for 3 days. She left this morning." Elara recognized herself in that last entry, though it was from years ago, from someone else's time. Pattern repeated. The cottage received the weary and sent them on their way, a little lighter, a little stronger. That night, by the light of one of the beeswax candles they had made, Elara opened the book to a fresh page. She dipped the old pen Iris had given her into the ink pot and wrote, in her own, slightly shaky handwriting. "The first snow of the year brought me back to the cottage. Iris was asleep by the fire when I arrived. We drank mead and she told me about the foxes and the northern lights. We walked to the old woods and I met the grandfather oak. I think I heard its heart beating. Or maybe it was my own. He stopped, reading the words. They felt small and inadequate, but they were hers. A thread in the old tapestry. She added at the bottom. The lavender on my bedside table at home is almost scentless now, but I don't need it anymore. I carry the scent inside me. The days continue to unfold, each one a gift wrapped in the quiet beauty of winter. Ilara helped Iris chop wood for the fire, the rhythmic thud of the axe a satisfying counterpoint to the silence. She learned to bake bread in the brick oven, the process of kneading and waiting, and watching teaching her a patience she had never known. In the evenings, Iris told her more stories, of her own childhood, of the man she had loved and lost when she was young, of the friends and family who had come and gone over the long years of her life. Her stories were not sad, though some of them held sadness. They were simply true, accepted, woven into the fabric of her being. One evening, Iris grew quiet. The fire crackled. The candle on the table between them flickered. Finally, she spoke. "I'm glad you came back, Ilara. I wasn't sure you would. People often don't. They mean to, but life gets in the way. The path gets overgrown in their minds. I'll always come back," Ilara said. And she meant it with every fiber of her being. Iris smiled, a soft, sad smile. "For a while, perhaps. And that will be enough. That's the way of things. We have our time, and then we make way for the next." She looked into the fire. "I'm getting old, Ilara. Older than these old bones like to admit. My time here is drawing towards its natural close." Ilara's heart clenched. "Don't say that. It is not a sad thing, child," Iris said gently. "It's the most natural thing in the world. The trees know it. The seasons know it. I've had a good, long life, full of love and beauty and purpose. What more could anyone ask?" He reached out and took Ilara's hand. "But the cottage will need someone. Someone who understands. Someone who can hear the heartbeat of the forest and tend the garden and keep the fire burning. Someone who will welcome the weary travelers the path brings and send them on their way a little lighter." He looked directly into Ilara's eyes, and in that look was a question, a hope, a legacy offered. Ilara couldn't speak. The weight of what Iris was offering, the immensity of it, pressed down on her. To stay, to live here, to become the keeper of this place, this peace, this story. It was everything she had never known she wanted, and it was terrifying. I don't know if I'm ready," she whispered. "Nobody ever is," Iris said with a chuckle. "Readiness is a myth. You just open the door and step through, and then you learn day by day, season by season. The cottage will teach you. The woods will teach you. And I'll be here for a while yet to help you learn." That night, Ilara lay in her little room, staring at the frost patterns on the window. Her mind a whirl of emotion. Fear, excitement, grief at the thought of losing Iris, wonder at the possibility of this life. But beneath all of it, a deep, quiet certainty was beginning to form, a knowing. This was where she belonged. This was her path. It always had been. The next morning, over breakfast, she gave Iris her answer. "Yes," she said simply. "If you'll have me, I'll stay. I'll learn. I'll try to become what the cottage needs." Iris's face broke into a smile of such radiant joy. It seemed to light up the whole room. "Oh, my dear," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "You already are. You already are." And so, a new chapter began. Ilara stayed on, past the winter, into the slow, tentative spring. She watched the first snowdrops push their brave heads through the melting snow. He helped Iris tap the birch trees for their sweet, watery sap. She learned to start seedlings in little pots on the windowsills, tiny green promises of the summer to come. He learned the names of all the returning birds, and welcomed them back with fresh food and water. Iris's strength was fading, but her spirit was as bright as ever. She would sit in the garden in a wicker chair, wrapped in her shawl, and direct Alara's work, her voice a gentle, guiding presence. A little more water there, child. Yes, that's it. Now pinch out the tips of those broad beans, encourage them to bush out. Alara would work, and Iris would talk, passing on a lifetime's worth of knowledge, weaving it into the fabric of Alara's understanding. One afternoon in late spring, they sat together on the bench by the front door, watching the sun set over the garden, which was now bursting with new growth. The roses were beginning to bud, tight little fists of color promising the profusion to come. The air was soft and warm, scented with the first blooms of the honeysuckle. Iris was very quiet. Her eyes were closed, her face peaceful. Alara thought she was asleep, but then she spoke, her voice a thread of sound. "It's a good life," she said. "A simple life, but a good one. You'll see. You'll have summers of abundance and winters of rest. You'll have years of learning and years of teaching. You'll have joy and you'll have sorrow. But you'll never be alone. Not really. The woods will be your companion. The cottage will be your home. And the path will always bring you the stories." She opened her eyes and looked at Alara. "Thank you," she whispered, "for coming, for staying, for being the next verse." Alara took her hand. It was so thin now, the bones delicate as a bird's. "Thank you," she said, her voice breaking, "for everything." "What?" Iris smiled, a smile of pure, peaceful contentment. She closed her eyes again, and this time, Alara knew she was sleeping. She sat with her, holding her hand, as the sun sank below the trees, and the first stars appeared in the soft lavender sky. The night settled around them, warm and quiet and full of the sounds of the awakening spring. And when, sometime in the deepest part of the night, Iris's hand grew cool in hers, Alara knew that she had simply slipped away, as easily and naturally as a leaf falling from a tree, to become a part of the woods she had loved so well. The grief was real, a deep, aching hollow in her chest, but it was not a desperate grief. It was a grief shot through with gratitude, with love, with the profound privilege of having known her. Alara sat with Iris through the night, keeping watch, as Iris had kept watch over the cottage for so many years. At dawn, she went inside and did what needed to be done, following the instructions Iris had left, written in the cottage book in her own careful hand. The funeral was a simple thing. Alara buried her in a quiet corner of the garden, beneath the old apple tree, where Iris had loved to sit in the dappled shade. She marked the grave with a simple stone, and on it she planted a small clump of lavender. It felt right. It felt like coming home. The days that followed were strange and difficult. The cottage felt emptier, quieter, even though the birds still sang and the garden still grew. Alara would catch herself listening for Iris's voice, expecting to hear her gentle instruction. The silence was heavy, but it was not a hostile silence. It was a silence that held space for her grief, that allowed her to feel it fully, without judgment. She threw herself into the work of the garden, finding solace in the physicality of it, in the simple, repetitive tasks of weeding and watering and harvesting. She talked to Iris as she worked, telling her about the progress of the beans, the first sighting of a hummingbird hawk moth, the antics of the young foxes that had taken up residence in the old set. It helped. It made her feel less alone. One evening, as she sat by the fire, feeling the weight of the silence more heavily than usual, there was a soft knock at the blue door. Her heart leaped. She rose and opened it. Standing on the path, looking tired and a little lost, was a young woman. She had the look of someone who had been walking for a long time. Her clothes dusty, her eyes carrying the weight of some unspoken worry. "I'm sorry," the woman said, her voice hesitant. "I was just following the path. I didn't mean to trespass. I saw the light. Ilara looked at her, and in that moment, she understood everything. She understood what Iris had meant about the path bringing stories. She understood the legacy that had been passed to her. She understood that the cottage was not just a place of rest for her, but a place of rest for all who needed it, a way station for weary soul. She smiled, and she hoped it was a smile as warm and welcoming as Iris's had been all those months ago. "You're not trespassing," she said softly. "The path doesn't bring just anyone to my door. It knows." She stepped back, holding the door open. "Come in. You must be tired from your walk. I've just put the kettle on. There's fresh bread and some of the first strawberries from the garden. They're tiny this year, but sweet as honey." The young woman hesitated on the threshold, her eyes wide with a mixture of relief and disbelief. Then, slowly, a smile touched her lips, and she stepped over the threshold and into the warm golden light of the cottage. Ilara closed the blue door behind her, shutting out the cool evening air. The fire crackled. Pitel began to sing. But the scent of lavender and wood smoke and fresh bread filled the room, and in that moment, Ilara knew that the story was not ending. It was simply continuing, as it always would, one quiet, gentle chapter at a time. The path would always be there, the door would always be open, and the peace of the cottage, the deep abiding peace that Iris had cultivated for so long, would go on, passed from hand to hand, from heart to heart, forever held in the whisper of the trees and the scent of the evening air. She led the young woman to the big table, poured her a cup of tea, and sat down opposite her, ready to listen, ready to welcome, ready to begin again. The firelight danced on the walls, on the jars of herbs, on the spines of the books, on the bundle of lavender hanging from the beam, and somewhere, in the deep, quiet heart of the woods, the grandfather oak stood sentinel, its ancient roots gripping the earth, its bare branches reaching for the stars, holding the space for all the stories yet to come. The years at the cottage unfolded like the pages of the book Iris had left behind. Slowly, gently, each one adding its own chapter to the ongoing story. Ilara learned the rhythm of the seasons, not as something she read about or planned for, but as something she lived, breath by breath, day by day. She learned that spring arrived not on a particular date, but in a succession of small miracles. The first crocus pushing through the thawing soil, the return of the swallows to the eaves, the overnight greening of the willow by the stream. Summer was a profusion of growth and color, a time of long golden evenings and the drowsy hum of bees, of harvesting and preserving and storing up sweetness against the leaner months to come. Autumn came as a slow exhale, a softening of light and a riot of color, a time of gathering in and settling down, of watching the leaves fall and knowing that letting go was its own kind of wisdom. And winter was the deep breath between verses, the quiet time of rest and dreaming, when the cottage wrapped itself around her like a cocoon, and the world outside slept under its blanket of snow. The blue door opened many times over those years. Travelers came, as Iris had said they would, brought by the path and their own need for rest. Some stayed for a night, some for a week, a few for longer. Ilara learned to read them as Iris had, to see the weariness in their eyes and the story in their silence. She fed them, gave them warm beds, listened when they needed to talk, and left them in peace when they needed quiet. She watched them leave, walking back down the path a little lighter, a little stronger, and she understood that this was the cottage's purpose, and now hers, to be a place of refuge, a still point in a turning world. She added her own entries to the cottage book, her own pressed flowers and little sketches, her own observations about the weather and the wildlife and the travelers who came and went. She wrote about the year the blackberries were so abundant she couldn't pick them fast enough, and the winter the foxes grew bold enough to eat from her hand. She wrote about the young man who arrived in the middle of a thunderstorm, soaked to the bone and trembling with something more than cold. and how he left 3 days later with a smile that reached his eyes for the first time. She wrote about the woman who came every autumn, like clockwork, to sit by the thinking pool and remember the daughter she had lost, and how the pool seemed to hold her grief and slowly, gently, transform it into something bearable. The cottage aged along with her, but gracefully, as things do when they are loved. The roof needed new tiles one year, and a young man, who had stayed the previous summer, came back with his tools and his strong back and fixed it, refusing any payment except a week of her cooking. The blue door needed repainting, and she did it herself, mixing the pigment from wood she had grown in the garden, just as Iris had shown her. The roses grew thicker and more rambling, threatening to cover the windows, and she learned to prune them back each spring, a task that felt like a conversation between old friends. And always, always, there was the garden. It was her teacher, her solace, her joy. She learned which plants thrived together, and which fought, which needed shade, and which craved sun, which could survive a drought, and which demanded constant moisture. She learned to read the soil in her fingers, to know by its texture and smell whether it was happy or hungry. She learned that gardening was not about control, but about cooperation, a dance between her intentions and the land's own wild wisdom. One evening, as she sat on the bench by the front door, watching the sun set over the garden in a blaze of orange and pink, she realized that she had lost count of the year. They had blurred together into a single, continuous present, a long golden afternoon of the soul. She could no longer remember the sharp edges of her old life, the noise and hurry, and constant reaching for something just out of grasp. That person felt like a stranger now, a character in a story someone had once told her. This, the warm stone of the cottage at her back, the scent of roses on the evening air, the distant call of an owl waking for its night's work. This was real. This was her. He thought of Iris often, but not with the sharp pain of early grief. It was a soft, warm presence now, like a hand on her shoulder, a voice in the rustle of the leaves. She would find herself in the garden, about to ask Iris a question, and then she would smile, because she already knew the answer. Iris had taught her well. The knowledge was in her bones now, in the way her hands moved in the soil, in the way she could look at the sky and know what the weather would do, in the way she could sit with the stranger's pain and not flinch away from it. The cottage book was nearly full now, its pages thick with the accumulated wisdom and wonder of decades. She had started a second volume, a fresh blank book with a cover of soft green leather she had found at a market in the valley years ago. She kept it on the table by the fire, ready for the next entry, the next observation, the next small miracle to be recorded. One night, as she sat by the fire with a cup of tea and the comfortable weight of a sleeping cat on her lap, a ginger stray who had adopted her one winter and never left, there came a knock at the blue door. It was late, later than most travelers arrived, and the knock was soft, hesitant, as if the knocker was not sure they had the right to be there. Elara rose carefully, so as not to disturb the cat, and made her way to the door. She opened it. The night was cool and clear, the stars sharp and bright overhead, and standing on the path, in the pool of warm light spilling from the open door, was a young woman. She was perhaps in her late 20s, with tired eyes and a weary slump to her shoulders. In her hand, she clutched a small bundle of dried lavender, its purple long faded to silver. "I'm sorry," the young woman said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I know it's late. I was following the path. I don't even know how I found it. I've been walking for so long. And this lavender, it was my grandmother's. She gave it to me before she died. She said if I ever got lost, I should follow the scent. It sounds crazy, I know, but..." She trailed off, looking uncertain, as if she might turn and disappear back into the darkness. Elara looked at the bundle of lavender in the young woman's hand. She looked at the tired, hopeful, frightened eyes, and she felt time fold in on itself, a perfect circle completing, a story returning to its beginning. That lavender, Ilara said softly, came from this garden. The young woman's eyes widened. Ilara stepped back, holding the door open, letting the warm light and the scent of wood smoke and herbs flow out into the night. Your grandmother, she said, was a woman named Iris, and she was my dearest friend. She's been waiting for you. We both have. Come in. You must be tired. I've just put the kettle on. There's fresh bread and some of the last strawberries from the garden. They're tiny this year, but sweet as honey. Taste like the last kiss of summer. The young woman stood frozen on the threshold, tears streaming down her face. And then, slowly, she stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the warm, golden light, into the cottage that had been waiting for her all along, into the story that was hers to continue. Ilara closed the blue door behind her. The fire crackled. The kettle began to sing. The cat stretched and resettled on the rug. And somewhere, in the deep, quiet heart of the woods, the grandfather oak stood sentinel, its ancient roots gripping the earth, its branches reaching for the stars, holding the space for all the stories yet to come. The path would always be there. The door would always be open. And the peace of the cottage, the deep, abiding peace that Iris had cultivated and Ilara had tended, would go on, passed from hand to hand, from heart to heart, forever held in the whisper of the trees and the scent of the evening air. And now, my friend, we come to the end of our story. The fire has burned low, the tea in your mug has grown cool, and the world outside your window is quiet and still. The path that brought you here, to this moment, to this tale of a cottage in the woods, and the women who kept its heart beating, has served its purpose. It has brought you to a place of rest. As you lie here, in the warm darkness of your own room, I want you to carry something of the cottage with you. Feel the weight of a patchwork quilt, soft and heavy, settling over you. Breathe in the faint, imagined scent of lavender and wood smoke and old books. Listen to the silence, not as an absence, but as a presence, a gentle holding space where you are safe, where you are cared for, where you are exactly where you need to be. The worries of the day, the lists of things to do tomorrow, the sharp edges of conversations and responsibilities, let them soften. Let them drift away like leaves on the surface of the thinking pool, carried gently downstream, out of sight, out of mind. There is nothing you need to solve right now, nothing you need to remember, nothing you need to be, except here, except resting. Path will still be there in the morning, if you choose to walk it. The world will wait, but for now, for these precious hours, let it all go. Let yourself sink deeper and deeper into the soft, peaceful darkness. Let the rhythm of your breath slow to match the rhythm of the turning earth, the rising and setting of the stars, the quiet, enduring pulse of the forest. You have been a traveler, and you have been welcome. You have been a listener, and you have been given a story. Now, you are a sleeper, and you are given the gift of rest. Still close your eyes. Let the last images fade. The blue door, the garden in moonlight, the face of an old woman with cornflower eyes, the young woman finding her way home. Let them dissolve into the gentle, formless peace that waits beyond all stories. Sleep well, dear friend. Sleep deep. Sleep peacefully. The cottage is here, always waiting for your return. The path is here, always ready to guide you back. And I will be here, always, with another tale, another whisper, another gentle journey into the quiet heart of the night. Until next time, this is Sleeptale Whispers, bidding you good night. May your dreams be sweet, your rest be deep, and your heart be light. Sweet dreams. Welcome to Sleep Tale Whispers, my friends. Pull up a worn quilt, the one with the softest patches, and let the weight of it settle over your knees. Fill your favorite mug with something warm, chamomile tea, perhaps, or just hot water with a slice of lemon. And hold it in your palm. Feel the warmth travel up your wrists, slow and steady, like the first gentle notes of a lullaby. This is a place where time softens at the edges, where the sharp corners of the day are buffered by the coming dusk. Here, we don't rush, we wander. We follow the scent of petrichor on the wind and the distant chime of bells. We can't quite place. Tonight, we are going somewhere very old and very quiet. Somewhere the stars hang a little lower, and the stories are woven into the very roots of the trees. So, get comfortable. Let the world outside your window fade to a soft murmur. Close your eyes, if you wish, or keep them open just long enough to see the path as it begins to unfurl before us. A path paved not with cobblestones, but with moonlight and the memory of lavender. This is your story. This is your sleep. Path was not so much a thing of wood and stone as it was an invitation. It began where the wild grasses of the meadow grew too tall to see over. A subtle parting of the green sea, a suggestion of a way forward. Ilara stood at its edge, the last light of the sun warming her back, casting her long shadow ahead of her like a guide. She had been walking for most of the afternoon, following the old, overgrown trail that led away from the main road, away from the noise of the occasional motor car and the chatter of the village. He had needed quiet, a quiet that was more than just an absence of sound, a quiet that was a presence in itself. And now, standing before this new whispered path, she felt she had found its threshold. The air was changing. It was cooler here, carrying the earthy, green scent of damp soil. And something floral, something impossibly sweet and ancient, honeysuckle perhaps, but richer, deeper. It mingled with the clean, sharp scent of pine needles warming in the last of the day's sun. He stepped forward, and the grasses seemed to close behind her with a soft, rustling sigh, as if the meadow was swallowing her whole, tucking her away from the world she knew. The path was soft underfoot, padded with generations of fallen pine needles and soft moss. It wound gently between stands of silver birch, their bark peeling in papery scrolls that caught the fading light. Each step felt deliberate, not hurried, as if the path itself was pacing her, encouraging her to slow down, to note it. A squirrel, busy with its evening chores, paused on a low-hanging branch to watch her pass, its tiny chest heaving, its bright eyes unblinking. It chittered once, a soft, questioning sound, and then returned to its work, satisfied she was no threat. A jay, a flash of startling blue, called out from deeper in the woods, its voice a sharp, clear note in the gathering stillness. The light began to filter differently. It was no longer the direct, golden light of sunset, but a diffused, green-gold luminescence that seemed to emanate from the leaves themselves. The air grew heavier with the scent of damp earth and the cool breath of a coming night. The birch gave way to older, grander trees, oaks with trunks so wide they could have stood for 1,000 years, their branches gnarled and draped in soft, gray-green lichen that hung like old lace. Beech trees with smooth, elephant-hide bark stood sentinel, their roots forming natural steps and resting places along the path. Ilara found her shoulders dropping, the tension she hadn't realized she'd been carrying in her neck and back melting away with each slow, measured breath. She could hear her own heartbeat now, a slow, steady drum that seemed to sync with the rhythm of her footstep. Step down, breathe, well, breathe. The world of schedules and lists and worries felt impossibly far away. A story someone had once told her about a different person. Ahead, the path forked, One branch continued straight, disappearing into a dense thicket of holly with dark, waxy leaves. The other veered slightly to the left, leading towards a rise where the trees thinned and the sky became visible again. Without thinking, without any conscious decision, she took the left path. It felt right. It felt like the way the light was leaning. As she climbed the gentle rise, the trees parted to reveal a small, round clearing, and in the center of the clearing was a cottage. It was not a grand cottage, nor was it new. It was made of the same honey-colored stone that seemed to grow from the earth itself, its walls thick and uneven, softened by a blanket of climbing roses. Not the formal, manicured roses of a garden, but a wild, rambling variety, with small, delicate blossoms, the color of clotted cream and the softest blush pink. Their scent was the source of the sweetness on the air, a perfume so potent and lovely, it was all tangible, wrapping around Dilara like a welcome. The cottage had a roof of old mossy stone tiles, some of them sprouting tiny cushions of emerald green. A single chimney, made of the same stone, rose from one end, and from it, a thin, impossibly graceful ribbon of smoke rose straight up into the still air, as if painted there. 2 small windows, with many small panes of glass that glinted warmly in the last light, flanked a sturdy wooden door. The door was painted a faded, beautiful blue, the color of robin's egg, or a distant memory of the sea. In front of the cottage, a small garden burst with life. It was not a neat, ordered garden, but a joyful, chaotic tumble of herbs and flowers. Lavender grew in great, silvery hummocks, their purple spikes buzzing with the last sleepy bees of the day. Rosemary formed substantial bushes, their woody scent sharp and clean. Zaga, with its soft, gray-green leaves, sprawled next to clumps of chives with their perfect spherical purple flowers. Interspersed among them were poppies, their papery petals of scarlet and orange just beginning to close for the night. And love in a mist, with its delicate ferny foliage and strange seed-headed pod. A small wrought iron bench was nestled under one of the front windows, its surface softened by a faded cushion of red and white stripe. Beside it, a tiny weathered table held a single, empty terracotta pot, as if waiting for something to be planted. A stone path, made of the same flagstones as the one she'd been walking, led from the edge of the clearing to the blue door. Ilara stood at the edge of the clearing, hesitant. It felt like she had stumbled into a painting or a dream. The cottage was so perfectly placed, so utterly at peace with its surroundings, that it seemed less like a building and more like a natural formation, a part of the landscape that had simply decided to arrange itself into walls and a roof. She didn't feel like an intruder, but she felt like a visitor, someone who had been granted a rare and precious privilege just by being allowed to see it. As she stood there, the door opened. An old woman stepped out. She was small and slight, with hair the color of spun silver, pulled back loosely from her face. Her skin was crisscrossed with a fine network of wrinkles, like a well-loved nap. And her eyes, a clear and startling shade of cornflower blue, held a light that seemed much younger than her years. She wore a simple dress of soft, faded gray wool, and over it, a long apron of rough linen, streaked with smudges of dark earth and a few stray petals of lavender. In her hands, she carried a small wooden bowl. He saw Ilara immediately, and her face broke into a smile of such pure, welcoming warmth that Ilara felt a knot of shyness loosen in her chest. The woman didn't look surprised to see her. She looked, in fact, as if she had been expecting her. "Well now," the woman said, her voice soft and a little crackly, like dry leaves rustling together. "You found your way. I was beginning to wonder if you'd come before the first star." She gestured with the bowl towards the bench. "Come and sit. You must be tired from your walk. I've just picked the last of the strawberries. They're tiny this year, but sweet as honey. Tastes like the last kiss of summer." Ilara found herself walking forward, drawn by the woman's voice and the impossible rightness of being there. "I'm sorry," she said, her own voice sounding a little rough after the long silence of her walk. I was just following the path. I didn't mean to trespass. The woman let out a soft, chuckling sound. Trespass? Child, there's no such thing here. The path doesn't bring just anyone to my door. It knows. He set the bowl of tiny, jewel-like strawberries on the little table and patted the cushion on the bench. Sit. I'm Iris. And you are? Ilara. Ilara, Iris repeated, the name sounding like a small, perfect thing in her mouth. A name for a moon of Jupiter, I believe. One of the smaller ones. Fitting. You have that kind of quiet light about you. Ilara sat, feeling the soft give of the worn cushion beneath her. Iris settled beside her, her movements slow and graceful, and offered the bowl. Ilara took a single tiny strawberry. It was indeed warm from the sun, and the moment she bit into it, a burst of intense honeyed sweetness flooded her senses. It was unlike any strawberry she had ever tasted of sunshine and warm soil, and the particular peace of this hidden place. Good, isn't it? Iris said, taking one for herself, and closing her eyes as she savored it. They're a fussy crop. They don't like noise, you know. Loud voices, angry thoughts. Stunts their growth. These ones, they only have the bird song and the wind and the beaches to listen to, so they grow just fine. They sat in